Good afternoon. I'll call the meeting to order. This is a special council meeting. Today, Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, and it is for the Halliburton Kawartha Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting. And I'll turn the meeting over to Councillor Yeo who will chair the meeting on behalf of the Halliburton Kawartha Housing Corporation. Before I do that, I'll get an adoption of the agenda. Deputy Mayor Richardson, second Councillor Perry, all in favor, and that's passed. And now I'll turn it over. Yeah. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, if any should arise, advise the chair, and they'll deal with it accordingly. Thank you.
Housing Corporation Board expansion be received, that the number of Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation Board of Directors be increased from 9 to 11 for a total of 6 residents chosen exclusively on the basis of the expertise and skills they provide, and that Government's Policy GD10 Board Member Recruitment, Nomination, and Election be amended in accordance with Attachment A to this report. Do I have a mover? Councillor Perry. Deputy Mayor, sorry, what's your last name? Richardson? Yes. All in favor? That is carried. Looks like next is closed. I need a motion to go into closed. Mayor Elmsley, Councillor Ashmore. Okay, matters from closed session. Resolve that the following persons be appointed to the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation Board of Directors effective January 31st, 2023 for the terms indicated. Yeah. That Autumn Campbell, a resident of the geographical area, be elected to the KLH Housing Corporation Board of Directors for the 4-year term effective immediately and ending December 31st, 2026. That Brent DeVolen, a resident of the geographical area, be elected to the KLH Board of Directors for the 4-year term effective immediately and ending December 31st, 2026. That Penny Lytle, a resident of the geographical area and a tenant of KLH, be elected to the KLH Board of Directors for the 4-year term effective immediately and ending December 31st, 2026. And that Chris Schmidt, a resident of the geographical area, be elected to the KLH Board of Directors for the 4-year term effective immediately and ending December 31st, 2026. Do I have a mover? Mayor Elmsley, Councillor Perry, thank you. All in favor? And that is passed. Next, we're going to look for an approval of the minutes from the previous meetings. Could I have a mover? Councillor Smeaton. Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? That is passed. Thank you. Oh, I should read that whole motion, shouldn't I? Sorry, should I read the whole motion?
Well, it's for just, you can do one for open and closed, that would be fine. Open and closed minutes.
Together? Okay. Okay, so I'll look for a motion. Resolve that the open session minutes of the annual general meeting of the shareholder of December 14th, 2021 be approved as circulated, and resolve that the closed session minutes of the annual general meeting of the shareholder of December 14th, 2021 be approved as circulated. I'll look for a mover. We can use the ones? Okay, so Smeaton and Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? I think I already did that. All right, thank you. And looks like we're on new business. And we have the shareholder report 2023-09, 2021 audited financial statements, auditor's report, and the audited financial statements. Who's taking that one?
For you, I just want to make note that this is the 2021 audited financial statements. We're good in Treasury, but we wouldn't have a 2022 done quite yet. So the corporation ended the year in 2021 with a surplus of $65,652. As per past resolutions of council, many, like maybe 15 years ago, all of the surpluses in the corporation go to an operating reserve, and all of the surpluses and deficits of capital projects go back and forth from a capital reserve. So that 65,652 will go into the operating reserve to be used for future budgets or unexpected expenses that they incur throughout future years. There really isn't anything out of the ordinary in this year. We did have debt financing for one of their projects. So if you actually look at the financial statements, you'll see a very large contribution from the City of Kawartha Lakes, and that's due to the debenture. That was, we take the debenture in the city's name, but it's for the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation. So we hold the debt for them, as we are the 100% shareholder of the debt of the stock in Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation. So that's why they are a separate corporation. So we do separate audited financial statements for them. So if anyone has any questions, I'd be pleased to answer any of them.
Any questions? No, I don't see any.
Okay.
So should I get a motion to accept the verbal report? Do I need that?
You just need to read the resolution.
Or just read the resolution? Okay, I'm going to read the resolution first, Councillor. Shareholder report, nope, I did that already. Resolve that report 2023-09, 2021 audited financial statements be received, that the auditor's report be received, and the audited financial statements for 2021 be approved as circulated, and that Deloitte and Touche LLP be appointed as the auditors for the year ending December 31st, 2022, at the quoted total annual fee up to $11,000 plus HST. And a mover, Councillor Perry, seconded by Mayor Elmsley. All in favor? And that is passed. I believe that concludes our business, and I will look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go.
Conclusion of the Kawartha Lakes Halliburton Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting. And we need a confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special council meeting of council of January 31st, 2023. Councillor Perry, seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor, and that's passed. Thank you. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Ask you if you can rise and join us in O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please join us in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Tuesday, January 31st, 2023. I have Deputy Mayor Richardson. Do you have an adoption of the open session amendment?
I do, and through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Smeaton, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, January 31st, 2023 be adopted as circulated with the following amendments. Addition, item 6.4, a deputation by Darren Bella, President and Director of Planning, Innovation Planning Solutions, regarding report CAO 2023-001, being agenda item 10.1.1. Item 7.2, correspondence regarding lands known at 405 St. David's Street, Lindsay, the Riverwalk development, being agenda 10.1.1. Item 10.1.2.1, being a supplementary document regarding Bill 23. Deletions, item 5, being the minutes from the special council meeting of January 26, 2023. The minutes will be go forward to the February 21st regular council meeting. Item 6.3, being a deputation by Jacqueline Rodeau and Kathleen Boyce regarding a request for parking lot maintenance at Cowens Drive and Peace Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise, please advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Today we have 7 members of council present. Councillors Warren and Councillor McDonald are zooming in, and if you wish to speak or ask a question at the appropriate time, wave your hand, jump up and down. I'll try and remember to look. Thank you. Notices and information by members of council and staff. Council, any notices?
Right here. Yep.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, and then I'll get to you, Councillor Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you, and through you. Just a couple quick announcements. The Janetville Community Center is hosting a movie night this coming Saturday, February 4th at 6:30 p.m. It's free admission. This community group's doing a lot to create some community awareness and good vibe in the area, so they should be a comment. I don't even know what I'm saying right now, but thumbs up. And also the blessing and rededication of St. James Anglican Church out at the Franklin Road is having a service this coming Sunday, February 5th at 10 a.m. regarding the renovation and the new accessibility of the church. And they wanted to give a huge thanks to our building department for being so helpful through the process. So this is great news for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I just want to say that we had two really great events happening in Ward 2 last Saturday. One was the grand opening of the Bob Cajun's Service Center Library, and about 450 people attended through the time that they were open for a few hours, which was really a good show. And I want to thank everyone who helped make that happen, and also want to thank the mayor and councillors Joyce and Ashmore for attending. Also, the second event was the chili cook-off at Burt River Community Center, which was well attended, and I would like to thank everyone involved with bringing that together as a great fundraiser for Burt River. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Clearly, winter season is upon us once again, and I had the honor and privilege of doing a ride-along with our snow crew in Ward 3 at, the crack of 4 a.m., and I know Councillor McDonald was out as well in his ward. I just want to thank Dave Lemke and Joe the Hammer for their gracious hospitality in the cab, and all of their work that they do to keep us safe and keep us moving. It was great. They gave me the opportunity to be the guest driver so I could drive the plow for a bit, which was a new opportunity for, I'm kidding. Okay, I'm kidding. For the record, that didn't happen. All right, just that's it. Also, 2 weeks ago in Fenelon Falls, we had a community vision open meeting for planning what's always celebrated in Fenelon Falls, of course, that's Canada Day. And we had about 40 people come out to the meeting to express their views and step up to help. So watch for another fabulous Canada Day, and please join us July 1st in Fenelon Falls. You can mark your calendars early, as it's only January still. Last but not least, I had the pleasure of attending the Fenelon Falls and District Chamber of Commerce AGM. And it was quite incredible for an AGM. Probably 50 to 60 people came. They combined the AGM with a buffet and a bingo. And so, best AGM ever. So if you need any tips on how to throw an AGM with your organization, contact the Fenelon and District Chamber of Commerce. And again, it's testament to how well the business community is working together up in Ward 3. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, yesterday I had an opportunity to be at Parkview Public School in my role as a musician, and it was really fun for me just to see kids again, play a little snow soccer, and remember that that's a big part of our constituency, are these schools, and they're functioning well, and kids are back out post-pandemic having fun and playing in snow. And I thought it was worth mentioning. Way to go, Parkview School. I had a great day. The Landfill Committee is always looking for citizens to join with input. It's a very, very important committee and some very important discussions down the road. So I'm on that committee myself, so if you'd like to contact me, should that be something you'd consider, that would be great. Thanks to all the residents I had some really, really fun invites and celebrations of each Hanukkah, Chinese New Year, and Christmas since our last meeting, and those were all wonderful. Almost finished. Hospital and LCVI. So the Ross Memorial Hospital and LCVI School, an incredible pilot program just wrapped up. Co-op placement where students go and work with doctors and nurses in the hospital, an incredible hands-on experience to celebrate. So congratulations to everybody there. And I had a wonderful tour of our local airport recently. That was just a great experience for me, and I learned a lot about how that functions. And I'd like to say thank you very much for the hospitality there. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce.
Actually, that was a mistake. Sorry.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to thank the public for their tremendous support for the Windrum family on the loss of their young son. He was 9 years old. He passed away before Christmas, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of mailboxes that had small tractors put on them, and a lot of them still have them to support the family so on their loss. So our thoughts and prayers are with the Windrum family on Fox Road. The Omemee Legion will be holding a Super Bowl Sunday, and they're going to be premiering their new TV screens that they have at the Legion, and also the Omemee Swans group will be there to support them. And doors open at 3 p.m., food served from 4 p.m., game starts at 6:30. So if you're in the area, to support the Omemee Legion and the Omemee Swans and their updated Omemee Legion and the facilities that they have there. And finally, on Sunday, February 19th, the Sturgeon Lake Family Day and Radar Run will be held just off the shores of Pleasant Point in Sturgeon Lake, and it's the Dunsford District Lions Club and Big Brothers and Big Sisters proudly present the Sturgeon Lake Family Day and Radar Run. Last year was the 6th annual one, and there were close to 2,000 people there. It has the this year they're partnering with Big Brothers and Sisters to make this an amazing family event. In addition to the amazing racing and great barbecue, they're planning on providing more activities for the kids zone and having the largest outdoor skating rink in the Kawartha Lakes area. And if you're in the area on the 19th of February in the afternoon, starts later in the morning actually, certainly come out and see this spectacular event. So it's quite amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I have a couple of things. I'd like to welcome back to our midst Director Sarah Bokaboom, who did work for corporate services and left us to go and do other things and has returned, and we're most pleased to have her as our new Director of Corporate Services. So welcome back, Sarah. And also, I'd like to remember today, I guess, someone who was a giant in Canadian politics. She was known as Hurricane Hazel, and that would be Hazel McCallion, the long-serving mayor of Mississauga. She was mayor for 36 years and took Mississauga from basically a small town to the metropolis it is today. And she was a force to be reckoned with in her time. And I'm sure that wherever she is today, she's stirring the pot and getting people involved in all sorts of activities. So she was one of a kind. And that's it for notices and motions from council. Anything from staff? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to item 6, which is deputations. Item 6.1, proposed surplus declaration, closure and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 251 Shadow Lake Road 4, Norland, relating to agenda item 9.3.23. We have Mr. Keith Baldry and Ms. Susan Johnson.
I just don't know if it's high enough. Should be okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I'm Keith Baldry of 261 Shadow Lake Road 4. This is my wife, Susan Johnstone. In the spring of 1988, I applied to purchase Part 1 of said road allowance. The reason being was that a cottage was encroaching on the road allowance. Application was denied. The encroachment issue was later resolved in 1992 when I moved the house off the road allowance. Since then, it has been an undeveloped green space. It is now my understanding that this purchase has been approved by the City of Kawartha Lakes. I have owned 261 for 39 years, and it has been my primary residence for the last 19 years. We have enjoyed the privacy that the road allowance has provided from neighboring seasonal residences. Until recently, I was totally unaware that the road allowance has been declared surplus to municipal needs as per section 8.1 of bylaw 218/20. Why was I not informed by mail of this change as affects me as a taxpayer? As a tax-paying homeowner, it is disturbing to think that our primary residence value may depreciate as a result of potential loss of privacy if the new owner builds on the road allowance. These are my reasons for objecting to the sale of this road allowance. I am asking you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to help slow down the waterfront development of Shadow Lake by leaving this road allowance a green space. Development has escalated in the last 3 years on Shadow Lake. However, if Council is determined to sell, would they consider selling only Part 2 and keeping Part 1, which abuts our property, Lot 73, a green space? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Council, are there any questions for the deputy? Councillor Joyce.
Did I hear you correctly? You attempted to buy this parcel back in 1988, I think you said?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Reason being was that the people or the finance company that was holding the mortgage had concerns that my building was encroaching on the road allowance. And they were actually just saying, why don't you try to get a 100-year lease? But Township of Somerville came back and said, we'll sell it to you. And so I talked to my neighbor at that time, Gerald Bray, and through the advice of Mr. McBride, who was the clerk at the time, said, why don't you go halves on it and share the cost? But the whole thing was defeated. So since then, we've just enjoyed the green space, just, you know, being that way.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Yeo. We will deal with this when we come to committee of the whole business. So if you'd like to wait, and we'll see how this plays out. Thank you for coming.
May I add something?
Certainly.
I'm Susan Johnstone, Keith's wife. As much as, you know, along with the privacy issue, we're concerned just about the environment too, and what it'll mean to just the native plants and animals in this green space, what'll happen if they're all taken away. Like, that's a real concern. And it just seems completely unnecessary to take that away. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion. All in favor? That's passed. I have to go back. We didn't receive the minutes. So I need a motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on December 13th, 2022, and the special council meeting held on January 17th, 2023, be adopted as circulated. Councillor Perry, Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 6.2 is proposed surplus declaration, closure, and sale of a portion of road allowance adjacent to 251 Shadow Lake Road, 4 Norland, relating to agenda item 9323. Mr. Dan Del Medico.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak to this issue. This is my son, Daniel. This is my granddaughter, Audrey. When we purchased this cottage back in 1988, my son wasn't born yet. So he was born in 1989. He's never not known what it's like to be at a cottage. Now ramp ahead, Audrey, of course, born, never not known to have the cottage as well. She has 4 grandfathers and refers to me as Grandpa Cottage now. So I guess that what I want to do here is just quickly give you some background on this story to help you, give you some more information to make an informed decision. What I'm going to share with you right now is a story that has 3 chapters. I know we have 5 minutes, so based on simple math, it's probably about 1 minute and 20 seconds per chapter. So here we go. In 1988, my sister came to my mother and said, my friend Gordy has a cottage for sale, you're interested in looking at the cottage. My mom says, okay, we'll have a look at it. She asked me if I would go with them. So we went and looked at it. We looked at it. We didn't know anything about cottages. We're campers, long story short. My mom says, we'll buy in it if you and your wife buys in it with us as partners. So we said, sure. Well, we're talking to Gordy. Gordy says, hey, we have this application in for half the road allowance because the existing front lot's only 44 feet. The extra 30 feet would basically give us a little more room. I try to imagine a 675-foot cottage that's 30 feet wide on a 44-foot lot. There's really not a lot of room to move around there. So Gordy had told us that Ralph Staines, the bylaw officer for the Township of Somerville, said this was a no-brainer, that it would be automatically approved at the next meeting. And we subsequently closed the deal with Gordy, and we think that was true. And then we went to the council meeting, and 2 people stood up and said, no, we object. We use that road allowance to snowmobile in wintertime. And Gordy turns and says, no, that's not the road allowance. That's my driveway. So then what happened is side railed the whole thing, and that's where it died on the vine. Roll ahead to the next chapter, the challenge. So that was 88. So now in the summer of 92, I hired Rick Trotter to come in and put a septic tank in. I hired Ingram and Wessel to come in because 75% of that lot I'm on is basically a cliff. 25% is basically a Jeep trail coming down the hill. I had Trotter put in a septic up top, had Wessel come in and take that Jeep trail and kind of clear it and put down reclaimed asphalt, and Trotter built me like a lower parking pad, but not quite down to the front of the property. Why that's important is then I got a legal letter from the city and township of Somerville saying I blocked the road allowance with boulders and I had 10 days to remove them. Otherwise the city was going to get done at my expense. I responded, that's my property, that's on my driveway, that's not the road allowance. You need to get a survey done. These 2 people again, snowmobile people, pressured the township. Township paid for a survey. And then on November 12th, that's when I responded to Eleanor Burke. On January 26th, I received a letter of apology from Eleanor Burke, the clerk, saying that they were wrong, I was right. All the work I did was on my driveway. So this has always been an ongoing issue because they always thought that that was the road allowance and it was not. So that was a challenge from those people that derailed my opportunity to get half that road allowance. So now, part 3 or chapter 3 is today. Here I am today, find myself in a situation where in the summer, start of the summer, I thought, COVID's over, let's go back and see if we can get that half that road allowance. With that half of road allowance, it'll allow me just enough to build a little golf cart path to be able to drive down to the front of my cottage, because I currently can't. I can only drive further back from it and have to take stairs down. A few years ago, my mom was near her end in cancer. I had to carry her from the car down to the cottage, and it was heartbreaking. I have older guests that want to come down, they can't come down. This will just give me a car path to come down. This is the only home I own. I don't have a house in the city. This is the only principal residence that I have. So here's how this year rolled out. May 20th, I reached out to Emmett Yo and asked him, I said, I need your advice. I don't have a complaint, I just need your advice. Here's what I want to do. I want to reapply for this half a road allowance. He actually came to reapply for this half a road allowance. He actually came to the property, looked at it, saw how inaccessible it was because it's a straight cliff down for the majority of it, and then it just kind of the last 40 feet levels off. And he says, well, reach out to the land management team, and Laura Carnahan is the law clerk. She might be able to give you some more advice. Reached out to Laura, June 1, I got an email from Laura responding to my query saying, here's the application to apply to do it, and here's the fee you have to pay, and here's the deadline if you want it on the agenda for the councillors. June 5th, I received an email from her saying she's received my application fee and of my application and my fee. August 16th, I get an email confirmed and approved by the land management team saying they're moving it forward. I submitted 34 pages of documents as part of my application process to make sure I was doing everything proper and right. I was responded with from her saying what the projected cost would be at that time. It's going to cost this for admin, this much for lawyer, this much for survey, this much for advertising. There's 2 years doing it because Keith was part of that too. He did his own application. They submitted, they were approved the same as I was. But she said that we can split the cost. So I immediately paid my $1,000 for the advertising. Roll ahead December 7th. Turns out I get a notification from Laura stating that the adjacent landowners have decided to withdraw. Oh, okay, so now it's just me. I go, so what happens now? She goes, well, I'll make a recommendation that you can buy the whole thing. Okay, I still need that half, right? So now we ramp ahead. January 10th, you all see us sitting here at that mega meeting that we sat here for 5.5 hours, waiting for it to come to the table, and then it was kind of put forward. And there was no deputations on file. So the assumption being, well, okay, then this should be pretty straightforward. So the following Monday, which is 6 days later, I reached out to Laura and I said, so help me understand what happens next. Is the 31st meeting just a rubber stamp, and then what will be the next steps? No, we got a late deputation. A late deputation, I thought that's why we advertised and spent $1,000 to run it in the paper for 3 weeks in a row and put it on the city website. Oh yeah, and then it turns out it's my neighbor that's putting up the deputation. So if they felt maybe the money is not what they wanted to pay, I totally respect that, which is perfectly fine. That's their choice, right? I just don't understand why all of a sudden they're trying to stop what I'm trying to do. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So here we are. I want to thank you guys for your opportunity to talk to you, and thanks for your service. I look forward to your decision.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions from, just stay there for a minute, please. Sure. Any questions from council? Councillor Yo?
I guess just one question. You do understand, Mr. Del Medico, that if this land transaction goes through, that this piece of property, a condition of it is that it will have to be deemed to become part of your property and not a separate lot.
Totally understand. I have no, I'm not looking to subdivide anything. I'm not looking to build anything. I have a 44-foot frontage, and it's on an angle like this. I just want to have a little room to breathe.
Understood.
I thank you, and I just wanted to make sure that that was understood and by all parties involved. Thank you.
Okay.
I guess one question from me. Are you still willing to share that
Sure.
property? And so you would share the costs as well for going forward?
Oh, 100%.
For anything that has to be done?
My original request was for half.
So if the decision today was to refer it back to land management to work with yourselves and your neighbor, you'd be fine with that?
100%, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions from council? I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Yo, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Item 6.3 has been withdrawn, so we're on to item 6.4, which is a deputation regarding report CAO 2023-001, being a request for support of a minister's zoning order by 2750875 Ontario Inc., Riverwalk, relating to agenda item 10.1.1, Darren Vella, President and Director of Planning, Innovative Planning Solutions.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I understand that my slides will not be put up on the screen, but that all members of council do have copies of the the brief slides that I submitted earlier this morning. Is that correct, Your Worship?
Yes, everybody has copies of your slides.
Okay, thank you. So as you mentioned, my name is Darren Vella from Innovative Planning Solutions, and I'm here today on behalf of 2750876 Ontario Inc. And Your Worship, the reason for my deputation is just to provide some additional information to Council before you make a decision on our request for support of an MZO. So why are we here and why are we using an MZO? We understand that the MZO process is a delicate process. We don't want the public or other developers to think that we're trying to accelerate a process or to be treated differently. And really what I wanted to remind Council is the reason why we're asking for the MZO. And so this goes back quite some time, and through the process of your previous official plan, which is now approved, my client was unfairly and unknowingly lost in terms of the placement of his lands within the settlement area for the town of Lindsay. The initial official plan that Council did approve did include my client's property in the settlement area when it was adopted by Council. What we're hoping the MZO will do will be to reestablish the principle of development for the property. And we want to make it very clear to Council and members of the public that this decision will not be the final decision for this project. There will need to be additional approvals granted by Council before any construction takes place. And there will be additional time for public input and consultation through that process to ensure all of the public comments are carefully considered as we move forward with further details on this project. So in looking at the timeline, the timeline for this project goes back to September of 2010. As I had mentioned, Council did approve your new official plan for the City of Kawartha Lakes, and these lands were included in the settlement area boundary for Lindsay. January of 2012, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing approves the official plan, which was appealed by a number of property owners. That appeal process lasted over 10 years, and I believe that appeal process, there are certain parts of your official plan that still remain under appeal. In March of 2020, just before COVID started, I actually think we were the last in-person meeting at the town office before COVID closed everything down. We did meet with town staff. We had a pre-consultation meeting on our project. In February of 2021, the city did send out a notice to certain property owners informing them that they may be losing their status within the urban boundaries of your settlement areas, and they were referred to as candidate sites in this letter. We asked staff to provide us with a copy of this letter, and in reviewing the letter, we noticed that our site was not identified as a candidate site for removal. The city then also provided us with a copy of the notice to this letter that was sent out, and the address to which this letter was sent was not sent to the correct address. And me personally, I never received a copy of this notice, even though we had met with staff just a year prior regarding the property. In March of 2022, we were then informed by the planning department that a portion of our property was removed from the urban boundary for Lindsay through certain appeals being resolved by the Ontario Land Tribunal. So in looking at the third slide, you can see that the images which identify the image on the left, the subject property with the black dashed line surrounding it, and the blue line, the thick blue line representing the settlement area boundary that was approved in 2012 by Council. You can see that our entire property was included inside the settlement area boundary. Fast forwarding to 2012, and the approved Ontario Land Tribunal schedule for the city of Kawartha Lakes and the town of Lindsay, you can see on the right image that a substantial portion of our site was removed from the settlement area without any notification. So we're here asking for this error to be fixed. Is effectively the main reason why we're asking council to consider this MZO request. Looking at the project, Your Worship, there was a presentation about a month ago or earlier in January about the overall community master plan, and there were some comments from members of council about access. Will there be public access throughout the development? We want to reiterate to council that this will be a full public access site. All of the trails, the boardwalks, the commercial areas, the marina precincts, the park areas, all of these areas will be accessible by the public and for all members of the community to enjoy. The development will be operated as a condominium corporation, and the real benefit to having a condo corporation in this instance is it does not burden the municipality with ongoing maintenance for this site and future improvements of infrastructure. Those will all be taken care of by the condominium corporation. Finally, the benefits of having a condominium corporation is that the municipal taxation that is generated from the Riverwalk development can then be used in other parts of your community to improve other community areas or other parts throughout the city. There is a section in Mr. Hawley's staff report that refers to required commitments from the developer. And I just want to make council aware that we are fully committed to working with the town and working with council through whatever is necessary in order to move this project forward. We look forward to working with your staff and council and members of the public on this exciting project. And I just wanted to verbally commit to council that my client is extremely committed at ensuring growth and development planning, servicing and infrastructure studies, any required planning approvals, any payments of fees or development charges or cost sharing or front-ending costs will be contributed on a proportionate basis as necessary in order to see this project successfully completed. So finally, Your Worship, I just wanted to close by saying the MZO request is a result of a very extenuating circumstance. The previous growth management study and council adopted official plan did include the entire property within the settlement area. We're hoping that the MZO approval by council later in this meeting will reinforce council's original decision back in 2010 that this is an appropriate location for development and expansion of Lindsay. Council, staff, and public will possess opportunities to work through the technical details associated with this project as we work through the plan of subdivision application, which would take place should the MZO application be approved today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just hang in there and I'll see if there are any questions for you. Any questions
Absolutely.
from council? Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question on the map here. This one here, I don't think the public has it, but it shows the community master plan. Not so much a question on the development itself, but at the north part of it, you have potential future trail connection. That's where the Scugog River is at its narrowest point. There used to be a railway bridge there. It's right behind Springdale Gardens. If you're trying to geographically try and find it on the other side and on this side. So what my question is, will that still be, is that part of this property, or is that public land on that part? So we can, in the future, if we're going to have another crossing, a pedestrian crossing or an ATV crossing, whatever, that it's still available.
Through your worship to the councillor, so that potential trail crossing was actually recommended by your Parks and Recreation staff, And so that land is owned by Riverwalk. And our intention, if that access point is created, is the bridge would be owned by the municipality as it's off of our property. But in terms of access into the trail system on the Riverwalk property, the town would have easements over those public spaces to ensure that there is full access to all members of the community.
Yep.
Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Joyce.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned your client's willing to pay all development charges. Would this be pre-Bill 23 development charges?
Through your worship to the councillor, we will pay what is necessary. I know that there are a lot of things changing with Bill 23. The purpose of our commitment was just to respond to the comments in the staff report relating to the commitments that would be required from the developer in order to move the project forward.
Thank you.
Just one question from me. You do have already a portion of the land that is within the desired area where you could go ahead and build probably up to 100 houses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. There's I call it less than 1/3 of the property is currently inside the Lindsay urban boundary, and there is approximately 100 units available in that portion of the site.
And so that could be started pretty quickly. Is that correct?
Yes, our intent would for that to be the first phase of the development. Because this is a large property, we wanted to comprehensively plan it and ensure that the public was involved in the entire plan before the first phase began. So that's why you're seeing it as a large master plan design, but our intent would be to build it in phases, starting with the phase that you are referring to.
The when one applies for an MZO, one of the criteria for it is urgency. Can you tell me, in this case, what the urgency is?
Well, there's definitely an urgency, Your Worship, to bring in this type of housing variety to the town. This is a mixed-use development. This would be a landmark development for the community. Our urgency really is, we've been waiting for over 3 years to begin this project, and we were really waiting for that official plan to be approved. That's been appealed for 10 plus years, prohibiting development on this property. So when learning that our lands were removed from the settlement area, that was really a difficult time for my client, and we're really looking to just return back to what was approved through council back in 2010, so we can move this project forward. We feel this is a very good project for the town in terms of the overall benefits to the community.
Thank you. We've been waiting for the LPAT to finish with the secondary plans as well for many years. Thank you for your deputation. Are there any other comments or questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, and we will be dealing with it when we get to the consent agenda. Thank you. I have a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Yeo, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor, and that's passed. Item 7 is correspondence. We have correspondence regarding lands known as 405 St. David Street, Lindsay, the Riverwalk development. The correspondence also includes a petition with 47 signatures, which is available at the city clerk's office, relating to agenda item 9312 from Gary Ralph Further correspondence from Patricia Chernoff, Keval Patel, George Bana, Joseph Howland, Anand Kansera, Amir Kendick, Ron McIntosh, Linda O'Connor, Andrew Tummins, Andrea Rittman, and Jeff Tompkins. I have a motion to receive the correspondence. You need them for the first then? Sorry. I need a motion to receive the correspondence which is for the petition.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Councillor Warren, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. And then I need a motion for the second part of the correspondence, which was the list of names. Can I have a motion for that, please? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Perry, all in favor? And that's passed. Item 8 is presentations. We have no presentations. Item 9 is Committee of the Whole, and I have extractions from the Committee of the Whole. And I didn't know, Councillor Yeo, did you want to extract anything or not?
Yeah, I'll extract 923.
Okay. I need a motion that the minutes of the January 10th, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting be received and the recommendations included in section 9.3 of the agenda be adopted, save and accept 932, 936, 937, and 9323. I have a motion for that. Councillor Joyce and Councillor Yeo, all in favor? And that's passed. So item 932 is CW 2023-003, Blue Earth Renewable Municipal Support Resolution Energy Storage Project, and it's been extracted by Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillors Ashmore and Warren. So I'll start with Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. The reason I extracted this is when it was brought to our attention at the last meeting, I did have reservations regarding supporting in principle. I still have those reservations, and I really think this is a report that we should be just receiving at this time. We have not gone through the planning process on this application. It's a very new project that's being, speculated across Ontario. And I just think at this time, like, it's not that I support green initiatives. I think that's really critical to, say at this time. But I feel like we shouldn't be leaning too forward on this one. And I think we need to take a step back, and maybe if, I can bring a motion to receive at this time, if I can get a seconder at that time, but we can have some more comments to see what the rest of people are feeling.
Could I do a friendly amendment at some point? Thank you.
I have Councillor Smeaton as a seconder for that, but let's hear from Councillor Ashmore and Councillor Warren before we do that. Councillor Ashmore.
I'm okay, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Richardson is extracting it and putting forth a motion, so I'll discuss it when it gets on the table. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I have a friendly amendment if it's accepted. A resolution that the request for support from Blue Earth be received and that a resolution of support be granted once all planning issues regarding the development in Bolsover have been completed to the satisfaction of the City of Kawartha Lakes. So if it can be accepted.
Deputy Mayor Richardson, do you accept that?
Yes, I can, because that's the critical piece here is, recognizing that this is a new project and we need to go through the proper planning process to make sure that we do have all those check marks in our boxes. And we're acknowledging that, if this has happened, and, you know, when they come back, because I think it's, what, September 2025, that's a projected date that they would want to even start to build. So we're still a couple of years out. I think that them going through the proper process, us, you know, them coming back to us and we get what we need to hear, then absolutely I would support. But I think it's critical that we take that step back right now.
Councillor Smeaton, are you okay with the friendly?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, as mentioned at Committee of the Whole, I'm very excited about this project in terms of, you know, leaning forward for green energy and for battery storage capacity being the wave of the future. I was more comfortable with the in principle status. Looking at the definition of in principle, it talks about a general plan or an idea, although the details are not yet established and clear, which is what, you know, we're hearing from the Deputy Mayor. Also, governments approve things in principle, although they're theoretically possible by the definition, but may not actually happen. That said, it's my understanding that even support in principle by Council will not help the applicants attain their 3 points for their application. So I lend my support to the friendly amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Yule.
Actually, Councillor Perry just answered my question, so good.
Okay, well, that's good.
I tend to do that quite frequently, just for the record. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Warren, did you have a question?
Yeah, if you're finished, I just wanted to speak to the resolution, that's all.
I'd like to hear from either Director Hawley or the CAO on the motion before we go any further with it. Director Hawley, would you care to comment on what's being proposed?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. I don't have a problem with the motion as it's being proposed. Would allow the planning process to occur first. They have submitted a pre-consultation, so the pre-consultation will take that through the process, get back to them with what it is they need to submit for the application. We'll get any background studies, any impact studies that will come through they will be submitted with the application, and then we will take the application through a process, and there will be public consultation through the official plan amendment and zoning processes. So that will augment the consultation that they've already done in November. So I support the direction that council is going.
Thank you. CAO, did you have any comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess the only sort of question would be, I'm not sure if this resolution would also give 3 points for the proponent to proceed. It's my understanding that it wouldn't. I thought the support in principle would do that as a clarification. But having said all of that, the process would be required regardless as a further step. So essentially, right now, what's in front of council is, do you want to support this concept for them to proceed, get 3 points in that procurement process or not? And the only other thing I would just clarify is the current resolution that's there suggests that once the planning process proceeds, that a support resolution would follow it. And I would just caution that that might be premature for letting the planning process proceed. It's going to happen as it's prescribed anyways. Then council should be in a position to make a determination of support or refusal after that prescribed process takes place.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, you had something?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sort of going to support it, but I can't really support it because what we're doing is green lighting this. If you give this approval right now, like I said, I'm not against the company, the corporation that's doing this, but it's the whole procedure that we're kind of going about in a roundabout way. We're talking about Bill 23 and we're saying how they're rushing things through. Well, this is what we're doing right now. We're rushing it through. We're giving it the green light. So, and you can't turn back. So once you give them the green light today, they can come back and say, you know, they have the right to litigate and say, you know, you okayed this at this such and such a date, 31st of January 2023, and you gave us the green light to start this. The thing is, when you do that, you water down the requirements that they have to go through. For example, they don't have to go through stringent EAs, they just have to go through EISs, I think they're called, scope down environmental processes. And just basically, just going by experience in the last 8 years where we've seen this, not just solar, but wind power projects, but this is solar power project. We know that some of these comments and many of these comments and the requests for the public to get things done, they were never done, like setbacks and berms and trees that were supposed to be planted around.
Councillor, let me interrupt you.
Yep.
What the motion is to send it back to staff to go through the full planning process and not give them approval at this time.
But the CAO said that this would give them the 3 points.
No,
Are we 100% sure on that? Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah, we're pretty sure.
Okay.
I will check with the CAO, but the motion that's on the floor is to have them go to the planning, through pre-consultation and everything else before approval is given. Did you want to confirm that, CAO?
Sure, I can. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the revised resolution that's in front of council currently, in my opinion, would not give them that 3 points support through that procurement process. The previous recommendation from the committee of the whole that was originally sort of put forward here would support it in principle and would allow them to proceed to make application. And my understanding is that they would be entitled to, that's the support resolution that they're looking for the concept.
Everybody clear on the motion?
Can I speak? Can I speak to the motion, please? Thank you. So I've done a lot of work on this over the last 3 weeks, and evidently it just came to my, I realized that a support in principle would not give them the 3 points that they needed. And so, and I wasn't willing to move a motion that, as people are saying, green lighting it. I think this is a good motion. It shows them that we are open to green energy projects going forward. And they would have to go through all the planning processes. And in no way does this resolution greenlight any of the development hoops that they have to go through. So the battery development is right next to the solar development, which makes sense. It really does. And there are all sorts of different types of batteries that are being developed as we speak, and they're not absolutely going to use lithium ion. And anyway, there's a whole process. I've got lots of information, but the in principle resolution is not what they were seeking. It was a bit of a more fulsome resolution, which and I'm sure a lot of council would not support at this time because they need to go through the proper planning. So I hope you'll support this. It shows that our municipality is open to green energy projects going forward, but they must go through the proper development process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Everybody clear on the motion? So, do you want to hear it read or not? No, we're good? All right, all those in favor? Oh, I guess I have a mover and seconder in Deputy Mayor Richardson and Councillor Smeaton. All those in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 936. Councillor Joyce, you had that. It's correspondence on Geranium Homes in Kings Bay.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Geranium Homes has planned a development Kings Bay, and it's The residents there is over 100 homes, has really fractured the community. And we, at the Council of the Whole meeting, we received a letter from Mike and Reen Wilson, which can be found in the Council of the Whole meeting on January 10th. It's in the public record. I just want to read a couple excerpts of this letter for the benefit of all. This new development has caused emotional impacts to the residents of the 24 homes, continues to escalate, inducing frustration, anxiety, acute fear, with obvious signs of emotional, mental, and physical stress and strain on the residents. I just want to say I do get it. My parents went through something very similar to this, not in Kawartha Lakes, but it's a retirement community. They've worked hard all their lives. They've bought their home, and they're seeing things changing. We have, however, said that in this letter, it says, we have always expected and accepted that new development could take place. Absolutely. It's zoned for more development. Geranium Homes has purchased this land, and they're going through the process of approvals to build on this land, as that's how development happens. The current Geranium proposal misses numerous fundamental planning, engineering, economic, and environmental principles and will contribute to an imbalanced way to increase greenhouse gas emissions. I'm not a builder. I don't know if that seems to be a little bit strong, and I like when I finished Director Hawley to address that piece there in the planning. And I'll close this. We are hopeful and be extremely grateful if both the mayor and our new council will be willing to, that will be me, will be willing to visit our neighborhood. That is in the works. We have a meeting on February 10th at 3:30 in Seagrave with a number of residents. I just spoke with Mayor Elmsley today. He cannot make that meeting, but would like to attend. So I will be contacting Mike and Reen Wilson if an alternative date can be accommodated so that Mayor Elmsley can join in this meeting. But I will say, you know, we've met with Geranium Homes and they're going through all the necessary approvals. Director Hawley and his team are making sure, of course, that's their job, is to make sure everything meets all the requirements before shovels go into the ground. Director Hawley, can you add or correct anything I've said amiss?
Thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, you are correct. We are working with Geranium on the proposal. We will be issuing our comments this week, and we're looking to try to strike a balance between ensuring that what is being proposed is compatible with the existing development there. It is a retirement community, you're correct, and it's a fairly low density style of development as well, and we're looking to craft our comments to try to respect what is there today, and perhaps allow them to have an area of the development where they can perhaps have a different form, but respecting the areas that are being proposed in front of existing development today. So. And also respecting the existing agricultural uses on the west side of Stub Road as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hawley. And I'll just say, as Councillor for Ward 4, it's definitely a priority with me. I get calls and emails every day from residents in Kings Bay, some for, many against. I'm sensitive to the issues, and I will, as your councillor, stay on top of all of this and communicate accordingly. And any questions, I'm open to them.
Thank you. Would you like to move to receive the correspondence?
Yes, I would like to move to receive the correspondence. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's passed. Moving on to item 937. Councillor Ashmore, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you. This issue was resolved originally. The residents there were looking for It may be a simple thing, but it's really important to them. School bus pickups for St. Luke's School throughout the community of Cowans Bay, and so they resolved it, and they've changed the route. And I just wanted to thank the PVNC Catholic District School Board trustee, Marianne Martin. Now, she I give credit where credit is due, and she advocated for the parents and certainly helped me out to get this changed. So glad to see that done, and that goes to show that school board trustees can make a difference, and in this case, it certainly did. So we have some happy parents because as a result of getting these school bus stops changed in that community. So if it can happen there, I'm sure it can happen a few other places. So, but I just wanted to thank her for that.
Would you like to move the...
Move as printed, please.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Next item is 9-323, closure and sale of portion road allowance adjacent to 251 Shadow Lake Road. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, and I extracted this just for some clarification on the sale. Is staff on to answer a question? From property management or realty services or maybe the CAO?
Oh, Sherry's on the line, and so is Ms. Carlson. Go ahead, Sherry.
Oh, I just actually going to ask a question first.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, not that I don't want to hear her talk about the whole thing, but I just have a question. The resolution in front of us for the proposed surplus declaration speaks to the portion of road allowance adjacent to 251. So the only thing we're passing today, and correct me if I'm mistaken, is part 2 of that road allowance adjacent to Mr. Del Medico. And in fact, part 1 adjacent to the other lot is not in question today, or because the motion clearly states that it's a portion of the road allowance. So I just want a clarification on that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, what Realty Services recommends is when the one party says, no, we don't want to purchase, then we recommend selling the entire road allowance to the other party. So that's what we're recommending in this case.
Do you recommend the entire road allowance?
Correct.
Correct. That was a bit of confusion on my part there. So in the past, have we ever kept half a road allowance in case the future owner of the property wants it, or is this just the way we do it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, to my knowledge, this is the way we generally do it, but we may have on occasion, but I would have to go back and look into files to see if that has ever happened where we do retain part of it.
I think we did in Rose Lane over in Pleasant Point just a couple of weeks ago. We sold half the road allowance and we kept the other half, and then we sold the other half.
But that was on an encroachment?
So in response to that, Mr. Mayor, the reason we kept that is because it was an access point to Jesse Avenue, so that's why we kept part of it. But then the resident that lived there said there are 4 other access points and they could get to Jesse Lane using one of those. So that's why we reversed that decision. That's why council reversed that decision.
That's correct. I was just trying to point out that we had sold half a road allowance before. What would you like to do, Councillor Yeo?
Well, personally, I would like the motion to, at this point, deal with the portion that Mr. Domenico originally wanted, which was portion 2, and because I don't want to hold that up. I don't want any reason to hold that up. And if there's a way just to hold the part 1 in abeyance until there's absolutely definitive answer from the other neighbor that they do not want it, and then it can be released. So it's already in two parts, so I would like the motion to clearly state that part two be dealt with and completed today, and part one be held in abeyance until such time as there's a definitive no from the neighbor. Because I agree Mr. Domenico has every right to it, and I agree that these other folks do have a valid option to buy it, that maybe they didn't know everything today, and this is kind of their last chance to say, you know what, on second thought, maybe we will take our half, but I want them to have one more chance to say no before it is merged and given all away. They're not given, but sold. Yeah, we don't give anything away.
It's a giveaway?
So your motion is that the Dometicos be allowed to buy their portion, which I believe is portion 2, and that portion 1 remain, and that land management discuss with the other neighbor whether they are interested in purchasing it or not.
Yeah, and if they definitely are not, that it be offered to Mr. Domenico.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Joyce. Let's just check with land management here that things can be done expediently and we're not causing them some real concern. Sherry?
So things can be done expediently, and no, you're not causing us any concern, and we can deal with this on the next land management meeting, have that discussion. Actually, it won't need to be dealt with, not at the land management meeting. We'll reach out to the other resident to see if they're interested and determine if they are or they are not. If they are interested, we will proceed with selling to them and selling the other portion to Domenico. But if they're not, we'll just proceed with selling all to Domenico.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. CAO.
Sorry, please, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, just for full clarification. So the council would declare all of the land surplus because the intent is to sell them one way or another. So a subtlety, that first resolution or recommendation would still say parts 1 and 2 declared surplus. It's the next actions where you talk about the sale itself, and the one part would proceed with Domenico, and the discussions would continue on the other part. But I just wanted it to be very clear that the resolution needs to declare both parts surplus, at least at this stage, to do what you want to accomplish.
You good with that?
That's absolutely correct, and it was the, can I sum up?
Sure.
It was the intent back in the 80s that this happened this way in two parts, and it is the intent of just Mr. Domenico, as far as I can grasp it. He simply wants to do the same thing, half the road allowance to make his lot more accessible, and so he'd be happy with that, and believe me, he'd be happy with the whole thing too. But this gives the other neighbors one last chance to see if they indeed want to move forward or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if the clerks are able to put this in a coherent motion. Yes, we're all good. Thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Councillor Ashmore.
Through you to Sherry, just a question on the value of this property. Do we get 2 appraisals, and usually the purchaser will pay for the appraisal? So are we going to be getting 1 or 2 appraisals done just to be, just to make sure that we have, all our information in front of us, that we have the right price that we're going to sell it to them for, and that everything's protected here, and we do it 100%. So I just wanted to know, do they pay for all the closing costs, the purchaser?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we would do the appraisal as one, because it's one property, and they would divide it into the separate parts, so that if it became apparent that it was going to be Domenico purchasing all of it, then we could just add all both parts of the appraisal together to form the total purchase cost, or if we needed to keep them separated, we could split them out. And if the other party doesn't want to purchase, then Del Medico would be responsible for all of the other costs entirely. But if they wanted to go forward, then they would split the costs. So like the survey and the advertising and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
That was just a mistake, sorry.
Thank you. No further questions? All in favor? Thank you. That's passed. Where are we? Moving on to item 10. Councillor Perry, you have that resolution?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Ashmore that all the proposed resolutions shown in section 10.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by Council in the order that they appear on the agenda and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 10.1.2, 10.1.3, 10.1.4, 10.1.5, and 10.1.6.
Councillor, I think the extractions were 10.11, 10.16, and 10.17. The others are included in the motion.
All right, my understanding was that 10.11 and 10.1.7 had been withdrawn.
No, they're extracted.
You're the mayor, sir. So,
and so is
Mr.
10.
Mayor?
Yes?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I have extracted 10.1.2.
Okay, so it's 10.11,
I sent that earlier.
10.12, 10.16, and 10.17.
I withdrew.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So we got 10.11, 10.12, and 10.16 as the extractions.
that's what I meant to move, Mr. Mayor. Yes.
Okay. You want to try it again?
I think you've summed it up adequately. Thank you. Perhaps we could seek a vote on this.
Okay. So 10.13, 10.14, 10.15, and 10.17, we're approving them.
Not 10.7.1.7. Mr. Councillor Ashmore.
No, he withdrew his extraction.
Okay.
All in favor of moving those? Who's the mover? And you had a mover and seconder? Yourself, and who was the
Councillor
seconder?
Ashmore.
Thank you. And that's passed. So 10.11 is report CAO 2023-001, Minister's Zoning Order Request, Riverwalk, and Councillor Warren, you extracted that.
You didn't get that. I did not extract that. I sent a message that I'm not extracting that.
Great.
This morning, fairly early.
Well, in that case, I'll extract it because I think that that is a resolution only to receive, and I think these folks have gone around the bend a few times. They've been in front of council a couple of times to give a presentation and another presentation today, and I think they need a decision other than council receiving it as to where they're going. So I'll extract it, and where I am with it is I think this is a great project. I think it is something that is going to be with us for many, many years, and it's going to do great things for the city of Kawartha Lakes and for Lindsay. However, because of all the things that are in the report, the things like the number of units that have already been approved, both through the proper development channels and through MZOs. We are far exceeding our quotas, and I think I would like to see this group start with their 100 units that already are within the boundaries, and that we not approve an MZO at this time, but that they work with the planning department to go through the growth management study so the numbers can be included. Because if you read the report, you see that with development that is going forward and with MZOs that have been approved, we're up to almost 19,000 units when we only have capacity for 7,000. So we are going to be faced adding another 1,800 units if we approve an MZO for this, would put us well over the top. I think it makes sense that they have 100 units within the area that they can go forward with. They can work with development services, and that in a timely manner, they can get the rest of their project moving forward. So I need a mover and seconder that we receive the report, and that we direct development services to work with the applicant to be involved in the growth management study and to work on the future of this development. So I got Councillor Yell first, and then I will go to Councillor Richardson, or Deputy Mayor Richardson, and Councillor Joyce. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for your words, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Although it's not that I don't agree with you, but I'm of the mind to support the MZO, based solely on the fact that, well, I guess not solely on the fact, but based on the fact that these people were blindsided by the fact they had the approvals at one point in 2010, and the city, through not all our own fault, but through the province and the LPAD and this and the other thing, has been sitting on official plans and secondary plans been going on 12 years now. We have developers in Fountain Falls that have been affected by this. They were told by staff so many years ago, oh, just wait till our secondary plans are done and everything will be fine. I don't even know if some of those people are even alive today. They could be dead in old age. And so this just keeps, it's a snowball, it keeps rolling and rolling. So you can quote all the numbers and you can say, oh, it puts us over the top here and over the top there. But it's a beast that we've created, it's a beast the province has created, and it's just a living entity now. That all this stuff's being thrown at us, and so I'm not going to deny these people just based on that fact that, oh, we have too many. These people were blindsided 13 years ago, and their land was taken away from them. So I'm fully in support of them getting MZO to at least get some of that land recognition back. Thank you.
Thank you. I will point out, Councillor Yo, that if we were only going to receive it, they wouldn't have had approval for the MZO, which is why I extracted it, so they at least get a decision today.
Dan, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Deputy Mayor Richards.
Thank you, and through you. I just have a couple quick questions. So our urban expansion is, bulk of this project's going to fall under that, right? Because we're already sitting with the urban area of the certain units being in our settlement area. So is it necessary that we move through the MZO, or can it be addressed through the GMS? And another thing is, when prudently, our past council, we'd have commitments from the developers regarding some of the components that are critical for us right now. One being the affordable housing unit. I know it's changed because of Bill 23, but I think for us to move ahead, I think we need to be prudent too, to make sure that we're representing the entire area.
Let's hear from Director Hawley.
Through the mayor to the councillor. Yes, we obviously their rationale for the MZO is that they have certainty and that they are part of the process. If they don't have the MZO, then they are considered as part of the process, and they don't have that level of certainty. Hence their request for the MZO. I think that's what they're looking for, that certainty, and for the reasons that they have portrayed. If the MZO is granted, they would then also have to go through a number of other background studies. They would have to go through the servicing master plan study, as well as a transportation master plan study as well, and then have to participate in a number of other studies, including our development charge update and any other relevant studies.
I'll get to you, Councillor Warren, in a minute. Councillor Joyce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions, or a question and an observation. Can we settle the settlement area border? Can we do that? Because that still seems to be flapping in the breeze with your motion. And to Councillor Yo's point, we should make a decision on that if we can.
Through the mayor to the councillor, the Ontario Land Tribunal has made that determination. So the majority of the site is outside of the urban settlement area, and a portion of it is in. There was a reference to approximately 100 units that they have a yield for that's within the urban area boundary. The rest of it, the determination has been made that it is outside of the settlement area boundary.
The other thing I was going to point out is the number of units you're talking about. It was a 5 or 6 year build out, so we wouldn't have all those units immediately. Just wondering if in that gradual process, would that fit into the overall plan? I guess that's another question for Mr. Hawley. I guess I don't know. Through the
mayor to the councillor, yes, they have a build out plan. I guess they've just got just under 1,800 units, so they were looking to build that out. At this time, we don't have any servicing that's been assigned to that site. That's the portion of the site that's outside the urban area. So until we practically do the background studies and look at how these areas are going to be serviced and how transportation is going to occur, they practically won't be able to build out past what the current urban area is anyways.
Thank you. And I've read through all the reports and it looks good. I'm in support of the development unless I see or hear something otherwise in the meantime. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Gil. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have a few questions and a few things on this. I've met with constituents for many, many months. I've met with the developers many, many times. And I feel like I really do understand everything that came through, and I've read these pages twice, the 300 some pages. So here's my take on this. I couldn't agree with Councillor Yeo more when he brings up the frustrations there must be over such a significant period of time when you think something's going to happen. On that note, I have questions, and one is, and the developers have said this twice, once in our package and once again today, that the purpose of this application, meaning the MZO, the purpose of this application is to return the lands inside the settlement boundary. That's been presented twice. So I try and keep things simple, right? I try and keep what decision am I actually making? And the decision, if I'm right, I'd like an answer from either the CAO or whoever, perhaps Mr. Hawley, that is an MZO necessary for this applicant to return the lands inside the settlement boundary?
Director.
Through the mayor to the councillor. We've had this discussion with the ministry on many occasions. I think the practical reality is an MZO will grant it zoning rights for a certain style of development. However, the ministry is adamant in that they say that it doesn't bring it back within the urban area. It is simply a tool that gives that site zoning. In order for us to properly allow development to happen though, we still need to do the additional background studies. Now, the MZO will ensure that we do consider this property as part of our growth management strategies for inclusion into the urban area once we move ahead with updating the Lindsay secondary plan.
Being new to this, Councillor Yeo, may I ask you a question? Is that, you had a response to that, maybe, is there, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but with all your experience, I wondered, is there's something you might be able to help me with that you would like to say, or?
On any of that?
Yeah, is that okay? I don't want to put you on the spot, I just wondered.
If you can, just what I have to say about that. If you can understand how the MZO will allow it to hold a zoning, but the province says that it won't allow that development to take place outside the urban settlement boundary, and that nothing can be done until all the background studies are done and servicing is available for that land. So if you can make anything out of all three of those scenarios, then you're almost a planner.
Yeah.
Because to me, they butt heads. The answer's all butt heads. The ministry butts heads. The LPAP butts heads. Everybody butts heads, including the developers. They're not off scot-free here. But the bottom line is the MZO will, in my mind, give these people back the land they lost because of a tribunal decision. That's what it was. It wasn't because the land was no good. It was based on a stack of paper and a decision by a tribunal to, oh, let's shift that line now. After they poured all their money and all their stuff into doing this plan, we're just going to cut that part off. So in my mind, the MZO, if you want the answer, yeah, I'm going to give you, gives them the opportunity to reclaim those lands. Yeah. And like the director said, that might be somewhere down the road, somewhere over the rainbow.
Thanks for answering that. I hope it was clear. It was out of respect. I just feel that as I'm beginning this, that as many of these conversations that we all have over the weeks on our telephones and through emails, those are questions that the public needs to hear. I think that this discussion is very big, right? It's a large scale. There's a lot of concerned people on all sides here, right? So those are interesting sentiments that I just myself was a little curious what some of the people who've been down this road before. I'm going to read something really quickly, and then this is important. It says here from the staff. Now this is a staff report. This is what was asked for. They asked, can we please get a staff report back? In the staff report, so much is said, and one of them is supporting an MZO is synonymous with committing to development and committing to the required servicing and infrastructure needed to support that development without full analysis. In this case, supporting the MZO request commits the city to a specific development expansion for Lindsay in the absence of the evaluation of all growth options to be presented in the GMS. And you can't please all the people all the time, but when I see that and I'm a councillor, I say to myself, I don't think that's going to be printed unless somebody really feels that there has been the absence of the evaluation of all growth options to be presented in the GMS. And I can't help but have that resonate in my head. I can't help have what resonates in my head be listening to the chief of EMS present her budget proposal recently, where my words, not hers, she says, we're certainly watching these numbers. My words being nervous. I don't believe I'm not putting words in your mouth. But we are looking at capacity, council. We are looking at our capacity, and we're telling you, and they connected those dots for us. So that goes through my head, and that sentence there is why I wanted to hear what Councillor Yeo had to say, because he's certainly a very experienced councillor, and I wanted to hear his sentiments. But for me, I have to point out page 133, I believe it is, if you can give me 2 seconds. I'm pretty sure it would be at page 133. There are 5 alternatives considered, if that's what by you offering your sentiment. The constituents need to understand that every single conversation I had in that area, everyone, people said, we're not against development, Eric. We're not against development. We're not against what we saw on that map. We knew that was coming. And you are saying to them, that may be coming, correct? So there's that. And number 3 of the alternatives considered is defer support of the request until the statutory planning processes have been completed. My last question is, am I correct that if in writing through a lawyer, defer support of the request until the statutory planning processes have been completed, does that not mean that they weren't?
Director?
Otherwise, the wording here is incorrect.
Through the mayor, so they haven't gone through a statutory planning process yet, this application. They haven't submitted any development applications. So they haven't gone through that statutory process yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Warren?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, where do I start? We just talked about, green energy having to go through the statutory planning process. And if they haven't gone through the statutory planning process, that's not on. And if an MZO is opening it up to development, my question would be to staff, water and sewer capacity, allocations. We have a lot of development going on. Do we have the capacity to go ahead with that? If you grant an MZO, then that's an open door. I have a problem with that. It also precludes a lot of growth in the other settlement areas: Bobcaygeon, Fenlon, Omimi, Woodville. There's only so much growth that can happen. So it's a large development, and I enjoyed listening to the debate and the mayor's comments about you've got the allowance to go forward with the 100 or so development pieces there. So I have concerns at this point that we're just opening it up. If it was just to right a wrong, as was said by Councillor Yeo, I don't know. I think it's more than that. If it's, as Councillor Smeaton says, it's opening the door, and I think we're not ready to do that. I think they need to go to the growth management, be part of the growth management, and go forward. And let's see where the capacity goes. Also, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it was previously mentioned that it's taken over 13 years for this project to get to the point where they've come here today. We've as a council, this council and the previous council approved MZOs on a whim on a few things, and huge projects, 10 times bigger than this. And that was approved. I voted against that, but I voted for another MZO, which was inside the town of Lindsay. This is so close to the town of Lindsay. It is really to it, beside it. So the MZO being I guess you could call it a necessary evil or a catalyst that this development needs. So it gives the developer some sort of stability, because we don't know, what's going to be down the road. It could be there could be another delay. And to be fair to them, I think they've done their due diligence, and it's time that, we assist them. Like we have approved other projects which are huge, and I was against it because it was on prime farmland. This is a little bit different here, and this is why I'm more tending to support an MZO on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor, and we certainly had an excellent presentation from the development consultant, and there's no doubt this is an appealing project. I take alignment with Councillor Smeaton's comments about the statutory planning process. With MZOs being sought and the frequency, yes, you can understand the pull of MZOs for development and for developers. I think we have to also ask our side question, though, is there a push factor there with these things taking so long, with short staffing or the process taking so long? Maybe there's some in-house accounting that needs to be taken as well. However, MZOs were never intended to be a development tool. MZOs first came years ago, as was pointed out by the mayor, to address emergencies or to create public interest infrastructure, such as nursing homes or hospitals. Those were the original intent of MZOs. Also, as Deputy Mayor Richardson had noted, with the allocations being done through MZOs, having served as a resident before being elected on the Growth Management Strategy Task Force, planning in the shadow of MZOs is inherently a challenge and difficult because we're not sure with all these MZO allocations what, if any, will be left over for development and growth outside of the Lindsay wards. And Mr. Mayor, as you yourself had mentioned, so many, an overabundance of units on the table at this point. Distribution by MZO certainly is not best practice. To me, there's lots of distance between the statutory process proceeding and an MZO at this stage. And, as again, they're not supposed to be a development tool, and so I would support the mayor's motion as it is.
Is there a motion on the floor?
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd made a motion, Mr. Mayor.
No, I suggested a preference.
I align myself with your preference, Mayor. Sorry, I'm just going to say too, sorry, if I could just sum up, having looked at this, having reviewed all the evidence, having listened to the presentations, to me, I think objectively speaking, it's a very, very high bar to grant an MZO, and that bar has not been met under these circumstances. Thank you. Also, in addition to the presentations we've had from the developers' representatives, we did have citizens and residents here from Councillor Smeaton's ward. We have to bear their input in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, for a second time, I believe.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And through you, with all due respect, Councillor Warren, I just wanted to point out there has been studies on water, sewage, soil samples, environment. It's all there, and I didn't see anything, the mitigation strategies for bumblebees, you name it. So I didn't see anything there that was causing huge concern. That's why I was saying I was in support of this. And I just want to throw out a comment is just, this is general, it's not specific to Kawartha Lakes, it's across Ontario to all municipalities. It's municipal dither over decades. It's why we have the big hammer of Bill 23 happening now. That's just a comment, personal. Thank you.
I'm not sure where the dithering took place, but
I'm not saying
that's an argument for another day.
It's just we've got a big hammer, and I think that's a personal opinion is why that's come around.
Councillor Yeo for a second time.
I was going to say check the archives for the dithering, but I'm going to give you a motion if I could.
Let's hear for Councillor Smeaton for a second time, and I'll come back to you for a motion.
And hello, and also Doug, I'd like, or
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, please.
Yeah, for a second time, yes. Councillor Smeaton, then Warren, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Yeo. Councillor Warren, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, just addressing the councillor's comments. I'm talking about planning. They went through an EIS and all those different studies. I realize that, but not allocations, water and sewer, and that sort of thing. Listening to staff, so they haven't gone through that process. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
And it was a fulsome EIS. Absolutely, it was a fulsome EIS. But something like this in such a big development should be peer reviewed. Actually, it's great. It was a great EIS, but it's 15 meters back, not 30 meters back. I could go on to a lot of environmental things, but I won't today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald, you're the only person who hasn't weighed in. Did you have anything you wanted to contribute?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you, yes. Listen to everybody talk and so on, and I am concerned about with all the time it takes for everybody to get choices to build and so on. As far as the MZO, I'm kind of new with all this, and there's certain criteria that has to be met to get an MZO, and I think whatever that criteria is, we should follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yo, I'm back to you. And just before I do, I just want to make sure that we understand that our alternatives are really support the request as presented without conditions, support it with conditions, defer support of the request until the statutory planning processes have been completed, abstain from supporting the request, or deny the request. I don't know. CAO, did you want to say anything, or did you want to wait until the motion was presented?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer, I think, if there's a motion, then to just at least comment or provide you with some guidance or information depending on what the alternatives are that you're contemplating.
Thank you. Councillor Yo.
Thank you, and I'll give you a motion that City Council supports the request from Riverwalk for a minister's zoning order on approximately 17.3 hectares of land, both within and abutting to the north of the Lindsay urban settlement area, and is generally outlined in Appendix A and B to report CAO 2023-001, and that staff be directed to work with Riverwalk to prepare a draft framework agreement acceptable to both parties, and that the draft agreement be forwarded to Council for review and approval, and I would like to speak to it.
Got a seconder?
With the seconder, yes. That's what I was going to say.
Councillor Ashmore, so go ahead.
Thank you. MZOs, we've all have our opinions on them. They're not a tool. Income tax wasn't a tool, it was a war effort, and now it's a pretty big tool. So things change. This, we look at the MZO we just did for Flato, and the government now has said that 5% of all your development has to be for affordable housing stuff. As a council and as the mayor did, we negotiated with Flato, and we got 10% of the housing for affordable housing. And they're, I think, as far as, correct me if I'm wrong, but they've agreed to be part of our master plans going forward. So let's negotiate with these people and get what we can out of them, and put the ball back in their court, give the land back to them that was taken away from them by the tribunal, and give them that opportunity. This isn't going to change tomorrow, and they're going to be popping houses up and overflowing toilets and stuff. This is going to take years and years to come to fruition, but it gives them does give them another tool in their toolbox going forward in their effort to create jobs and to build and create housing in Lindsay. And I think it's a great thing. And how bad is it that we have to plan to keep building services and keep bringing people in? Like we keep saying, oh, we get, we double lane 35 and get the people from Toronto coming up here. Well, this is just another step to maybe light a candle under our butts and say, we better get moving or this is going to sneak up on us. It's been sneaking now for about 30 years. So. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore, do you want to say something?
No, the mover, Mr. Mayor, said pretty well everything that sums it up. We have letters here in front of us from the Lindsay BIA. We have merchants that have said that this is a good development. In fact, contrary to other belief, an MZO actually puts the municipality in a position of strength to negotiate with the developer. So I think in this particular case, like every MZO application is different. But in my opinion, it's a fit for this project. So hope you support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I basically every sentiment Mr. Yo articulated, I couldn't agree with more. It's those discussions we need. The negotiating that he referred to, couldn't agree more, so that we can build capacity in this town and have a lot of things happen in this town as a result of great developments that are brought forward. I'm just saying do that first. Thanks.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, just so people can help me out here a little bit. So if we approve the MZO today, the developer still has lots of things that they can do and still have to do to follow the rules and so on. So I think it's a great project. I think we should help them, we should guide them and so on. So help me out here. So if we say we give them an MZO, there's still many, many things that they have to do to get approved. Is that correct?
Turn it over to Director Hawley to answer your question.
Thank you.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, there are a number of studies that they still need to participate in. And once those studies are completed, we start to get into our official plan review and then look at adding them in through the secondary plan. And then they can start to move ahead once the servicing capacities are there as well. And they also have to submit either subdivision or condominium applications as well to actually have the development move ahead. So there are a number of steps that are still ahead of them. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so what's the fear that we have today facing us is that we want more houses and we want to help developers and so on. So what's the fear of, if somebody else could help me out here, what's the fear of us approving an MZO when there's many, many hoops that they have to go through to make this happen anyway? So could somebody help me out there?
Well, I think Director Hawley is probably your best bet to answer.
Okay.
I'm not really sure necessarily about the fears. I think the question really is should this go through the GMS process and the servicing process work first, or should it be automatically included through the GMS into that process? I guess that's the question that we're really here to discuss.
Yeah, thank you.
CAO.
Sorry, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. I think the distinction, yes, they'll have to go through a number of planning approvals for that specific piece of land and what the resultant development will be. We need to do our work in terms of accommodating, and by approving or supporting an MZO, you are committing to 1,800 units that somewhere down the line will be serviced by our plant, by our roads, by our water treatment facilities. And in that context, we're suggesting that currently, at least in staff's opinion, it would be premature to make that commitment when we've already committed 19,000 units over a planning horizon, and we are suggesting that about a third of those units are forecasted for demand. So that's the major concern, is that without sort of going through that settlement review, which is the growth management study, and with that is the servicing plans, broad-based for all of the development, then you'll be in a better position to at least determine what we can accommodate, that we can afford it, that the ratepayers can afford it, or the user rates, depending on what it's supporting. And so, honestly, from that perspective, that's what the report is suggesting. Any one development concept looks great, but in their totality and what is already committed to, there are some significant concerns, and we just don't have the data, we don't have the information to tell you that we're going to be able to accommodate this scope and scale of development in Lindsay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. That really helps. Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. So that helps me out a lot. Your answer helps me probably to make my decision. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and thank you, CAO. That's kind of where I was going with my opening comments is, I'm actively sitting on the GMS right now and recognizing how much pressure has been put on that when it comes to servicing because of the MZOs that have already happened. And we need to slow the bus down, so to speak, because we need to actually make sure that we do have everything in order moving forward. And we have in the past, gone to the developers that have asked for these MZOs to actually outline the commitments. I think that's a big step that we're missing at this time as well. So as of right now, I cannot support the motion on the table.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
I'll get back to you in a minute. I saw you. Councillor Perry.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly speaking to the motion, I'll take Councillor Yo's bait around the Income Tax Act as a tool. And, how's that working out for us? Let's try, imposing tax increases and see what kind of effect we have. In all seriousness, no. I'd mentioned that MZOs are not and were never intended to be a tool for development, nor are they remedial in intent. And thank you to the CAO for his comments, and I echo the sentiments of Deputy Mayor Richardson. Again, Councillor McDonald had asked what the harm is. They're called ministerial zoning orders for a reason, not council or local zoning orders. So the minister could trump this at any time and impose the development regardless of negotiations going on. That takes away our local processes and, as the CAO said, our local considerations. And, there's also an impact on future planning to be done at the local level. So again, for those reasons, there are 100 units already being proposed and can move forward on. Again, so for those reasons, at risk of sounding repetitive, I can't support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, for those reasons also. But I have a question that I can't support it either because of that. But a question for engineering. What is our water and sewer capacity for Lindsay with all the developments that we've already approved, or not approved, but have given them allocation moving forward? Where are we? Would we have to upgrade or build a new water and wastewater plant? So that's a question to staff.
Who's on for? Adam's here. Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think council is aware that currently we're undertaking a water wastewater master plan that will sort out all of those details and ensure that we do provide the water wastewater capacity that is needed by all of the development that is planned, going out to, I think, at least 2051, if I'm correct.
So just further on that, so would that be a build, like a new water and wastewater treatment plants?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if you look at the 2019 development charges study, which is our current version of that study, it shows expansions at both the Lindsay Water Pollution Control Plant and the Lindsay Water Treatment Plant. And so I would suspect that once we have the growth management strategy completed, and that feeds into the water wastewater master plan, we'll then be able to revise that capital forecast, and in particular those two expansions, to make sure that they're sized to accommodate the expected demand.
Thank you.
Okay. I have a question, I guess. Why can't an MZO be included in the growth management strategy? Wait, if an MZO is passed, why can't it get included in the growth management strategy?
To the mayor, yes, it is included in the growth management strategy because we have to account for those numbers. And so our current growth management strategy is including all of the MZOs for Bromont Homes as well as Flato that have been approved previously.
So if this was approved, it would get included?
That's correct, yes.
And then the problem with water and wastewater, as Manager Found has said, would take that into consideration as well. And the GMS is due to be completed this year, is that correct?
It's correct, that's what we're targeting for, yes.
Okay. Would you like to sum up?
I would, thank you. As a wise man once said, the minister could put the council's whole decision and do it himself. So gives all more credence to my motion that we better maybe get some negotiating and good faith in here and get something out of this. Because given the record of the province and the way they perform their duties, chances are they're just going to ignore what we say anyway. And I don't think I can get sued over that comment because I have more to back it up in the county of Victoria than just the occasional whatever example. So you got to look at it as MZO isn't an evil thing here. By approving it based on negotiations to get more out of it than just an MZO they're getting, we're going to get something back in the process. To me, it's a no-brainer because it lights a fire under us. It gets growth happening, and it doesn't get growth happening tomorrow. It just plans for the future. It expands the plans for the future. And if we plan right for the future, then what are we scared of? Get the information now and let's go. And let's get something back out of it. Let's negotiate with them and say, yeah, we'll give you the MZO. This is what we want. And let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That was sum up. Would you like a recorded vote?
I would love a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Yeo.
In favor.
Councillor McDonald.
You're on mute, Charlie.
Yeah, could you read that motion again, please, so I can understand it again?
Yes. Do you want me to read it, Kath?
Please.
I think I've got it. That the city support the request? Okay. That the city council supports the request for Riverwalk for a minister's zoning order on approximately 17.3 hectares of land, both within and abutting to the north of the Lindsay urban settlement area, and is generally outlined in Appendix A and B to report CAO 2023-001. That staff be directed to work with the Riverwalk to prepare a draft framework agreement acceptable to both parties, and the draft agreement be forwarded to council for review and approval.
Yeah, I'll support that.
Councillor Joyce.
I support.
Councillor Smeaton.
I don't support.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Opposed.
Councillor Ashmore.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
You're on mute.
Sorry, opposed?
Councillor Perry.
Opposed.
Mayor Elmsley.
Opposed. So we're back to, turn your mic off, Councillor Perry.
So it was defeated.
Defeated 5-4. Is there anybody else who wants to make a motion? We have, as I said, the alternatives are to support the request as presented without conditions. That's been defeated. Support the request with conditions has been defeated. Defer support of the request until the statutory planning processes have been completed. Abstain from supporting the request and deny the request. Councillor Yeo.
I'll give you a motion that we abstain from supporting the request.
Got a seconder? Councillor Ashmore, want to speak to it?
My mother always said, if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore?
I'm good, thank you.
Anybody else What do we got? I got Councillor Joyce.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, could you, at the very beginning, you had a suggestion. Could you repeat that?
You're taxing my memory here. My suggestion in the beginning was that I think this is a very good project that's going to go ahead. And they can go ahead with their 100 units whenever they want. I wanted them to become part of the gross management study and to go through the planning process. And then, once that's done, if they want to approach us for an MZO, because they're not going to be able to start, as we know, immediately anyway, that they come back and we consider their application for an MZO and a support of it. But I really think that getting involved in the gross management study, as we've done with some other developers, is the way to go. People may know or they may not know, and it's immaterial because it was a council decision. I'm part of that decision. I was not in support of previous MZOs. So I was being consistent today in I feel that the planning process is what we really need to use. That speaking of tools, that it is a tool that best serves. It may not be the best tool in the world, and it may need upgrading and it may be changing, but it is a tool we have to work with. And it is the one that allows us to do development properly. It's the one that allows us to move ahead and do things in a controlled manner. And that's why I'm in favor of doing that. So the abstaining from the support for request, I don't like the wording and I don't like what it implies, and I would not support it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support a motion to proceed exactly as you described. And
well, we have a motion on the floor. We can't.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, could you have the motion repeated? Not just abstain. Like there was some more to it, wasn't there?
So to clarify,
shortest motion in history, I think, one word. Okay.
To clarify, then, an abstain motion would not do what you've suggested.
I don't believe so.
It's a negative.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Just in sum up for abstaining, basically we're given no comment. So the minister can grant his MZO and we'll carry on, we'll get nothing out of it, which in my mind is going to happen anyway. The other one I didn't was to further support of the request until the statutory planning process has been completed. That's fine and dandy. It rolls off the tongue nice. It's great fun, easy on the ears. It's wonderful. It's feel good. It can be part of the growth management strategy for what, 100 homes. That's all they can be part of the growth management strategy. So what's that get us? It gets us exactly what we have right now. We know he's got approved for 100 homes. So we're not going to be part of a growth management strategy for 1,900 homes when we just turned down an MZO that would have included that in the growth management strategy for 1,900 homes. So it's like we're just going backwards on what we just denied them. We're going to say, go through the planning process, but you can't go through the planning process for something you're not allowed to have. Are we just going to make it up now? He's approved, their land can hold 100 houses they're approved for. So are we just going to make it up now and say, just pretend you have that land and you can be part of our strategy for all 1,900? Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Is that, I don't know, is that what's going to happen now? Is that, so I think we better just keep our mouth shut and abstain from supporting any request and get out of the world of make-believe, because the real world, we just voted down, where we could have got something out of it and carried on, in my mind, legally and followed the Planning Act. So I don't know what's going on here with the feel-good motion about the statutory planning process, but in my mind, that's only that little envelope of land they have left. So I would just vote to abstain, and that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Let's get an explanation on what the growth management study is, because it would include all of the homes.
through the mayor to the councillor. So the growth management strategy is a study that looks at how we are going to accommodate our population growth. So it looks at whether we need to expand our urban boundaries or whether we hold firm with those urban boundaries, and where within the city growth can go. We have a number of people that have requested that their lands be included in the strategy. So those represent urban area expansions. In some cases, they represent intensifications as well. So if we were looking at this property as well, we would have them submit their numbers and submit their background work to the growth management strategy, as well as the servicing master plan strategy update, so that we can make a decision as to whether or not it makes sense to include this property or which other properties we would include. And that is sort of the outline for the growth management strategy. It's looking at a comprehensive review of the city where we accommodate new growth.
Okay, and so I kind of understand that. So we're still going to let them say, okay, we want 1,900 homes, and that'll be included in the strategy. So how many decades out is an answer on that? Because we have an official plan. We're still going off of County Victoria official plan, and we're still Lindsay secondary plan and stuff that we tried to pass 12 years ago, 13 years ago. Like, so it's fine and dandy. Let's start another growth management strategy and they just made a tribunal decision on the last one, and now we just finished trading off land and you could have this but take this out, and like it's still going on, and we're going to start a new one. So I have no confidence in it anymore. I have no confidence in this is going to be ironed out, because it's just not getting ironed out. We're going on decades. I've been here that long. We're going on decades that these questions aren't answered. And so abstain from this and let them go to the minister and said they won't give us an answer. Let the minister do it. Thank you.
That was sum up. All those in favor? That's defeat. Opposed? And that's defeated. So is there anybody else out there who has a motion? Councillor Joyce.
I don't know how to word it, but whatever you said earlier would be great. And just another comment, if CEO Ron Taylor had started this discussion to clarify everything at the beginning, it's not you clarified things so well there, so just thank you for that.
Okay, I think I can give you a motion that we defer support of the request until the statutory planning processes have been completed, and that development services work with the developer to include in the growth management study, and that once completed, that they be encouraged to come back and apply for their MZO. So I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Joyce and Councillor Yule. And receive the report. Councillor Perry.
A friendly amendment, perhaps it was just the language off the top of one's head, but could we not say encourage, but may return for an MZO request?
Sure. If the mover and seconder agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's passed. Let's take 10 minutes. Councillor Warren on the line? Because she's got the next extraction.
I am. Yep.
Okay.
I'm here.
Item 10.1.2, Report Planning 2023-001, Bill 109 and 23, Legislative Changes. You asked for that to be extracted.
Yeah, I first of all, I have a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I guess, Richard Hawley. I'm just wondering, we got a resolution at the very first council meeting from AMO on Bill 23. So I'm just wondering if there have been any updates from AMO since that initial resolution that they sent around that we supported. Because it's been pretty quiet. So that's my question to start.
Through the mayor to the councillor, I don't believe there would be any changes to that. There haven't been any additional changes to Bill 23 or any updates, so I think that resolution would still be current.
I just wondered if there was any other information, maybe the clerk, or I guess we would have been made aware of it if that's the case. So, besides all the severe environmental changes, I believe the people who need housing will be most affected by these changes. There will be no incentives in our toolbox now since DC charges have been removed, so it will be very difficult to entice developers to build affordable housing. If the municipality wants to address homelessness, it will be on the backs of the property taxpayers. We will have less money generally for our parks, and which helps make developments more livable. I would go on with other issues regarding this terrible bill, but I believe all municipalities in Ontario need to stand up to these undemocratic changes that have arisen. So I'm giving notice that I'm going to bring a resolution forward to the next committee of the whole, and then hopefully to council. That I'm going to write a resolution to forward to AMO and other municipalities to join forces to challenge these bills. I don't believe, in everything I've read so far, I don't think it's a fait accompli, and I think if Ontario municipalities stand together, now is the time. So that's my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warren. I will point out a couple of things. It is not unusual for us to waive development charges for affordable housing and for nonprofit housing. We have done so in the past, and I expect we would continue to do so. But that's
we can't do that. Sorry, sir, but we can't do that with Bill 23. So that was the tool in our toolbox, was to waive development charges. That was the whole point of what I was saying, that they've taken away that ability. So we used to be able to do that. Thank you.
But now it's not going to be there at all. So anyway,
That's right.
you're perfectly free to bring forward any motion that you care to. Do you want to make a motion to receive this?
Yes, I will do that. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Yule. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Director Hawley. Just a question on the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal, the LPAT. What's the status of that right now since they've, all these changes? Is it still active, or is it dead on arrival? Like what is the LPAT doing now? Can it still be used, or is it officially the demise of it as of now, or what's the status on that, please?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, the LPAT still exists as an entity, and if anyone has appeals, they can still file those appeals with the LPAT.
Okay, so the Ontario Land Tribunal, is that still?
Sorry, the OLT.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So it's still available to be used?
That's correct, yes.
But I thought it was to be phased out or made redundant. I had thought in this new Bill 23. So you're saying that, from your knowledge, that it's still a tool to use for appealing?
That's correct. I mean, they were looking at making some changes to, operational changes to the OLT. However, it's not supposed to be phased out.
Okay. So you have 1016 that you extracted.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dr. Founder, just a question on this report. Thanks for the report. It's just, my question was, we're looking at phase 3 of the Lindsay Ops landfill, cells 4 and 5. So that would be all in the existing land that's there. We're not looking at expanding the site to other properties adjacent to it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yeah, that's correct. I think in the first paragraph of the report, it stated that these last 2 cells to be built are within the approved footprint of the landfill. So there will not be any expansion to the current footprint as a result of the construction of those cells.
Okay, thanks. I'll move as printed.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson, all in favor? And that's passed. And that's the consent agenda. Moving on to item 11 on the agenda. 11.1 is a petition requesting the resurfacing of Coldstream Road and Greywood Road, former Fenland Township. A copy of a petition with 178 signatures is available at the city clerk's office. And the motion is that report CAO 2023-001, 27, sorry, never mind.
Can I?
So go ahead, Councillor Warren.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I've got a resolution that the petition from Liz Phillips be received and the issues on Coldstream and Greywood roads be forwarded to staff for consideration in the 2023 capital budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Perry. Any discussion? Use your buttons, please. Councillor Ashmore.
Yeah, I support it, but would it not be 2024? Because we've already got our 23 in front of us here. Just putting that out.
Well,
I'm putting it, you know, it could be anyway. Yeah, I'm putting it out as 2023.
Councillor Yeo.
Yeah, thank you. And just so I get the motion straight, so you forwarding to staff for a report back so it can be a decision unit?
I assume it will go in as a decision unit.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Who's the seconder on that? Councillor Perry? All in favor? Thank you. We also have a petition 11.2 regarding short-term rentals. The petition includes 31 signatures. Anybody want to move this? Councillor Yeo?
Give you a motion to receive the petition and forward it to bylaw for inclusion in the report coming back to us.
Perfect. Seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson? Oh, I'll get you, Charlie. Did you want to speak to it, or were you seconding the motion?
Yeah, just speak for a minute. I was involved with the short-term rentals out there, and I think they have a really good case going forward. And bylaw, I think in the future, bylaw might be directing some of those issues that we have.
Yep. Anybody else? So we have a mover and a seconder, all in favor? And that's passed. We have no other new business, so we'll move to bylaws. Councillor Joyce, I believe you have the recommendation for bylaws?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. And so moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson, that the bylaws shown in section 13.1 of the agenda, namely items 13.1.1 and 2 and including 13.1.7, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
No extractions from bylaw? All in favor? And that's passed. We'll go to item 14, notice of motion. There are none. So item 15 is closed session. I have adoption of the closed session agenda. Councillor Ashmore, Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that's passed. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in closed session items? Seeing none, we'll move into closed session. The council convene into closed session pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act, SO 2001 S25, in order to consider matters identified in sections 15.3 of the regular council meeting agenda on Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, namely items 15.3.1, 2, and including 15.3.5. All in favor? And that's passed.
I can't hear anything.
I can't either.
Yeah.
Okay. Matters from closed session. To the clerk.
Item 15.3.1, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of December 13th, 2022 were approved. Item 15.3.2, staff were provided with direction pertaining to negotiations for the use of the lake bed adjacent to County Road 24 above Cajun. Item 15.3.3, staff received direction regarding the proposed disposition of a portion of Shoreline Road allowance adjacent to 309.5 Avery Point Road, Seabright. Item 15.3.4, a motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the position of municipal livestock predation investigator and valuer in the City of Kawartha Lakes. Alicia Bauer, Charles Clark, Barry Dart, John Hope, Robert McEachran, Mark Robbins, Jeffrey Skasma, and Brian Canderline for a 4-year term ending December 31st, 2026. That the remuneration for the livestock predator investigators and valuers be set at $70 plus mileage to a maximum of 150 kilometers. At the city's prevailing rate for staff mileage per investigation with complete report, and that a bylaw including a municipal livestock predation investigator and valuer code of conduct be approved and implemented. These appointments and remunerations be forwarded to council for adoption. So I need a motion.
Now you get to read it again.
No.
Mover and seconder. Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? Thank you.
Item 15.3.5, a motion is required that the following members of the public be appointed to the position of fence viewer in the City of Kawartha Lakes. Philip Antonio, David Butt, Jim Fulton, Ralph McEachran, Jim Oriotis, Peter Peters, and Anthony Sutcliffe for a 4-year term ending December 31st, 2026. That the remuneration for the fence viewers be set to $70 plus mileage to a maximum of 150 kilometers at the city's prevailing rate for staff mileage per fence viewing and or appeal hearing, and that a bylaw, including a fence viewer code of conduct, to approve and implement these appointments and remuneration be forwarded to council for adoption.
Motion, Councillor Ashmore, Councillor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed. Item 17.2. 17.1? Yes. Item 17.1. That the bylaw to appoint municipal livestock predation investigators and valuers for the City of Kawartha Lakes be read a first and second time. Mover and seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Smeet. All in favor? Thank you. That the sections 2.01 and 2.02 of the bylaw to appoint municipal livestock predation investigators and valuers for the City of Kawartha Lakes be amended to appoint the following persons as municipal livestock predation investigators and valuers for the term January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. Alicia Bauer, Charles Clark, Barry Dart, John Hope, Robert McEachran, Mark Robbins, Jeffrey Schaffsma, and Brian Vanderklein. Mover and seconder? Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Perry. All in favor? That's passed. Motion 3 is that the bylaw to appoint municipal livestock predation investigators and valuers for the city of Kawartha Lakes as amended be read a third time, passed, numbered, signed, and corporate seal attached. Mover and seconder, Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Ashmore, all in favor, and that's passed. Item 17.2, Motion 1, that the bylaw to appoint fence viewers and adopt a code of conduct for fence viewers for the city of Kawartha Lakes be read a first and second time. Mover and seconder, Councillor Perry, Councillor Joyce, all in favor, and that's passed. That the section 2.01 of the bylaw to appoint fence viewers and adopt a code of conduct for fence viewers for the city of Kawartha Lakes be amended to appoint the following person as fence viewers for the term January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. Philip Antonio, David Butt, Jim Fulton, Ralph McEachran, Jim Oritois, Peter Peters, and Anthony Sutcliffe. Mover and seconder, Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor MacDonald, all in favor, and that's passed. Motion 3 is that the bylaw to appoint fence sitters, viewers, and adopt a code of conduct for fence viewers for the city of Kawartha Lakes as amended be read a third time, passed, numbered, signed, and corporate seal attached. Mover and seconder, Councillor Perry, Councillor Warren, all in favor, and that's passed. Councillor Ashmore, you have the confirming bylaw.
Yes, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Smeaton, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of a regular council meeting held Tuesday, January 31st, 2023 be read a first, second, and third time passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
All in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Smeaton, Councillor Perry, all in favor? We are adjourned. Remember, your next council meeting is this Thursday, and the start time is, I believe, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Okay, and there will be a break around 5 o'clock, and we will have food brought in. And then 7 o'clock start.